I will give you the test scope next week. Not much of a scope, honestly, because it's everything we've covered: introduction to South African law, introduction to contracts law, and then the JBCC. I want to start with the NEC contract, but I just wanted to know if you have any questions with regards to what we've covered on the JBCC so far. And for the people who've sent me emails regarding their test marks, I haven't had a chance to verify. Please just give me this week. Apologies, I couldn't. I got swamped last week, so didn't get a chance to do it, but I will do it this week. Just make sure I verify your marks, and then we sort out the issues so that you don't end up without. Any questions with regards to the JBCC?
Sorry, ma'am.
Yes.
I just want to know, ma'am, are we going to EJBCC will be provided in the test?
No.
Or
Utini,
or we need to, frame the clause, like which clause?
Sorry, I don't know who muted you, but you went quiet.
Sorry, ma'am. I was just asking if the JBCC contract will be given on the test or what. That's all that I was asking.
So I did explain, if I refer to a clause, I will quote it. You don't need to cram clauses. I did say I'm not teaching history, where you have to remember when did Jan van Riebeeck arrive, 1652, what was the name of his boat? No, we're going to do application. So if I refer to a particular clause, I will quote it. And then you'll read it, you'll know what it says, and then you can respond to it. So I will not give you the JBCC for a test. That I will not do. It's not like quantities where you can walk in with the standard system. No, we don't do that. So you read, you understand what the clauses are about. So basically, if we talk about practical completion, you have to understand what practical completion is, what sets it apart from final completion, or and what happens at practical completion. So if I say to you, what are the stages of practical completion, you should be able to take me through the fact that the contractor will notify the principal agent that in a week or so, however the time, you don't even have to be accurate with the time. In such and such a time, he will be ready to meet practical completion. Then what they do is the principal agent will come with the other agents. They do an assessment or an inspection, yes, the correct word, an inspection of the work of the building. And then they come up with a list to say, you have to complete 1, 2, 3, 4. And once it's completed, then you would have reached practical completion. So looking at where the contractor is versus where the contractor should be in as far as practical completion is concerned. And then the contractor starts working on those things that are on the list. When he's done with them, he calls the principal agent again. The principal agent comes and checks the work. If they are not completed as per the principal agent's requirements, then he will issue another list. If not, then he will certify practical completion. And what happens at practical completion is if the contractor was already in penalties, the penalties cease, works, insurance stops, because after practical completion, the client can move into the building. And as soon as they move into the building, it's no longer a construction site, but it's a property, and then it's covered by property insurance. So those are the type of questions you would have to expect from me, not necessarily what does clause this say. I may ask you, what is the default dispute resolution method per the JBCC? explain how it works. And then maybe it's mediation or it's arbitration or it's adjudication. And then you tell me what it is. What is adjudication? What is that? You don't have to refer to a specific clause. You don't have to refer to days or dates. I'm not going to ask you after how long can, I think the only how long I could ask is after how long, from how long is the period or the minimum period between practical and final completion, and that's 90 days. So that's probably it. But the other ones, I mean, there's 10 days for notice, there's 21 days here. So that makes it a bit tricky. Tagazelo, you can come through.
Ma'am, good evening, ma'am, and good evening to the class at large. Ma'am, in regards to the tests, from what I'm understanding is that the questions will theoretically be long questions, meaning question one would basically have like something, let's say 10 marks. Correct me if I'm wrong, ma'am.
I try and limit them to 5 marks. 10 marks
Okay.
tends to be very daunting for students, and then they go overboard. So I try and limit it to 5 marks.
Okay, with that being said,
even if it's a long question, I will break it down.
Yes.
Yeah.
With that being said, ma'am, I just wanted to get clarity in terms of us answering those questions. Do you want it in point form or in paragraph? Because in paragraph you can write until you have to explain, whereas point form would be straightly direct to that. So let's say if the marks are 5 marks, I put up 5 points. Would you mark me right like that, or should I have it in a paragraph explanation form? Thank you,
ma'am. You can choose whichever way you want it. So you can still have the 5 points set in a paragraph, right? Or you can have them in point form. I don't want to be prescriptive in terms of how you can respond. There are certain things I want to see in your answer, and whether they're presented in a paragraph format or in a point format, I will mark it. So you can give me the 5 points in point form and you'll still get it correct. Somebody may write a paragraph and not say anything other than a lot of English in that paragraph. So, but if your language is paragraphs, I'm happy to read.
Noted, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Okay, I don't think there's any more questions with regards to the JBCC, and the whole idea with starting with the NEC now is not to confuse you or make you forget about the JBCC. It's just that you find that the second semester becomes very short and we now rush through the FIDIC. So if I can, I usually just start, I think only 2 years into lecturing this, I could start with the NEC before we went into the second semester. Pumlani, your hand is up.
Good day, ma'am. Apologies. I joined the class a bit late. I just wanted to find out, in terms of the clauses that we need to focus on the JBCC, are we focusing on the entire document or there are specific clauses that we need to focus on?
It will benefit you to focus on the entire document, but next week I will give you specific clauses. But I think I've said this. So for instance, securities, practical completion, payment, dispute resolution, and adjustment of practical completion date. Those, I think there were about 8 clauses that I highlighted, but I will highlight them again next week. And when I highlight them, it means there will be like heavy questions coming from there or most mark questions, but I may also just ask you about other clauses where it will be like with 2 marks or something like that. But I will give you a better defined scope next week.
This is well received, ma'am. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, so off we move to the NEC document. I do believe you have access to the notes on Moodle. So I don't plan on having a long class today because I don't want to dwell on not JBCC, NEC, on NEC too much to a point where you guys forget JBCC. So what we do is I will refer to JBCC quite a lot as I go through the NEC document. So just to tell you how it differs or how it's similar to the JBCC. Just looking at my notes just to make sure that I have the correct ones. So you should be seeing our usual shocking orange color slide. Okay. So how the NEC is, so I focus on the NEC3 and then I'll tell you how the NEC4 works or how it differs from NEC3. The basis for NEC4 is NEC3. So I find it quite easier to give you an NEC3 base and then we tell you how we moved from NEC3 to NEC4. Another reason I'm still on NEC3 when I do these lectures is because you can get the NEC3 Black Book online for free. However, you cannot get the NEC4. So you would have to buy it. And I don't know how much it is now. It and the explanatory notes, I'm not sure. So I've stuck to NEC3 because I've figured there isn't that much difference. And if there is, we can just cover it or close the gaps, but you would have had the base document. So we're going to look at an outline of the NEC. So a bit of historical background, the type of contracts that are available under the NEC3 suite or the NEC family, where and how they're used, your typical appointment using the NEC document, and then your main options or your main clauses. We'll probably cover the main clauses in the second semester, but we'll just do the introduction this semester because I think you're writing on the 2nd of June or something like that. So also just the balance of risk for each main option. So you soon realize that the NEC document is a lot more comprehensive than the JBCC. So this is what the NEC contract or the NEC books, the options look like. So NEC3 has 39 documents. NEC4 has 41 documents and each has a specific use. We'll go through that shortly. So these are the documents. The ones that are in purple appear in the NEC4 only. So they're not there in the NEC3. Whereas the ones that are black appear in both. Okay, so you have the professional services contract and it's referred to as PSC for short. This contract is used by the employer to appoint professionals. So in terms of the JBCC, we usually have, I forget what it's called now, but there is a contract that JBCC uses to appoint professionals. When I do remember it, I'll tell you. It slipped my mind. But its equivalent in terms of the NEC is the professional services contract. The whole idea that the NEC has the suit is to make sure that responsibilities and everything, so from your professionals, contractors, subcontractors, suppliers, there's a link in terms of how everyone works. You know, they are sort of held to the same standard. The JBCC contract does not get involved with your supplies. Okay, so you have the engineering construction contract, engineering and construction short contract. So that's for smaller projects. This is the equivalent of your JBCC minor works. Okay, then you have the engineering and construction contract, which is more like your JBCC principal building agreement. It has the core clauses. So every other contract, every other book has its core clauses set in this ECC contract. And then you have engineering and construction subcontract. So this would be used by the contractor to subcontract. Engineering and construction short subcontract. So because you have the short contract, If you're using the short contract, whether it's for engineering or for construction, then you would use the short subcontract because you're dealing with minor works. I'm not sure what the standard is in terms of minor works. Back when I was still practicing and using NEC, projects under 5 million would be using the short contract. Then you have a term service contract where you would contract service providers over a certain term. So they're like on a retainer, and then you call them as and when you need them. So that's the term service contract. And then you have the framework contract. I think this is new with the NEC form. Just trying to remember, and I could not think of, it has not been used. Oh no, it's not the new one, sorry. So the framework contract is more like the term service contract. However, you sort of set out a framework with certain service providers. So for instance, if you are, let's say, the DID, Department of Infrastructure, you have these contractors, they will give you, so let's say they do what, like electrical works, because then the DID would have quite a number of buildings that they have to maintain. So you have them on that framework of contract. So they set out their specialty, they would set out their rates. So then when you need to engage them for work, so you call them for work, but it's like work that's going to take a short time and then it's done and they move, you engage them based on that framework contract that you've signed. So they've said a senior person, we will charge 750, that kind of thing. That's the framework contract, sorry. And then we have the adjudicator's contract. In the event of a dispute, NEC also uses an adjudicator. So when you have to engage an adjudicator for whatever dispute, you use this contract to engage the adjudicator and have them sign so that the terms would be set out in the adjudicator's contract. Then with the thin font, that's the base contracts for the NEC4. So for on your left of your screen, that's NEC3, and then on your right, that's NEC4. Right, you have professional services contract, which was there in the NEC3, so this is just an upgrade. Then you now have professional services contract, short contract. So now, before they just had a professional services contract, so they would use it even for the minor works or the short contract, whether it's engineering or construction. So now they have it for professional services as well. And then you have professional services subcontract. So where you would need a professional services subcontract is, for instance, if you're running a project, right? So you would engage the services of a civil structural engineer, and then a geotech study needs to be done. So this is not something that a civil structural engineer does on a regular. So they have to engage a specialist, a geotech specialist, to come and do that. So they would use the subcontract. So you as the employer would have a contract with the civil structural company, and then they would bring you a geotech and they would engage them through the professional services subcontract. So they would subcontract a geotech specialist, he comes, he does the work, and then you would pay him through them. So that's where it would be used. Or for instance, when the architect brings in a heritage consultant or those subspecialties, an environmental specialist, whatever it is that needs to be brought, or your electrical engineer now brings an electronic engineer who's going to look at the electronic stuff. Then you have the engineering and construction short contract, which is there in the NEC3 suite. And then the black book, which is the engineering and construction contract, the ECC, which is what we will focus on, or at least look at, because it has the core clauses for all the contracts. Then you have engineering and construction short subcontract. So the short contract has short subcontract. And then you have engineering and construction. Okay, I repeated short subcontract twice. So I will just have to remove this. Let me just highlight it so that I know to take it out. Then you have the term service contract, which I explained, it's still there. You have the framework contract still there. And then you have, instead of the adjudicator's contract, you now have the dispute resolution service contract. So instead of them limiting it to just adjudication, they've decided to look at other methods of dispute resolution. So whatever dispute resolution method you choose to use, this is the contract you would look at. So it replaces the adjudicator's contract. And then they did something they never used to do before. NEC never had a design, build, and operate contract. So they introduced a design, build, and operate contract where you can engage one service provider to design, build, and then they maintain or manage a building as you occupy it. Okay. So you can read through this, but this is the aim behind the NEC contract. They want a contract suite that facilitates implementation of sound project management principles. So you will soon realize or notice that the NEC contract refers to project management, not or a project manager, not a principal agent. So the equivalent of a principal agent in the NEC is a project manager. So if you're wondering where project managers are used, if you have a project manager and you're running a JBCC contract, we call him a principal agent. We appoint him as such because JBCC doesn't use that project manager or project management language. Okay. So also, so they wanted sound project management principles and practices, and they also wanted to define legal relationships. Successful implementation depends on users, okay? And the whole idea with the NEC is to have users move away from a culture of reactive and hindsight-based decision-making, or a hindsight-based management approach. So they want one that is foresight-based, one that encourages a creative environment with proactive and collaborative relationships. You will see when you look at the very first clause, it speaks to the employer, the project manager, and the contractor working in mutual trust and all of that. So that the collaboration that they speak of. And in terms of hindsight-based versus foresight-based type of decision making, what they say is you have these old way or old building contracts where you sign it and you put it away and you run a project. The way the NEC is created is such that you're always checking on it. So the NEC contract is very admin intensive. So there's a lot of administration, there's a lot of recording and record keeping that you need to do. And so it's admin intensive, and you have to keep referring back to the contract every now and again. And that's what they mean. So they want you to be proactive, not wait for something to happen and then thinking, oh, what does it mean? How does the whole idea is to identify risks before they happen, start working on mitigation strategies, and then so that you either limit the risk, prevent it, or just mitigate it. Okay. So then the NEC 4, which is an upgrade or an update of the NEC 3, is a result of feedback from industry while using the NEC 3. So all the questions that were raised by the industry, anything that was found to be ambiguous in the NEC 3, anything that was found to be unclear, NEC 4 addresses that. Okay, so I've already said that this is a brand name for a family of standard contracts. And the idea behind the NEC contracts is for them to stimulate good management of the relationship between the two contracting parties. It needs to be flexible, so it can be used in engineering and in building works, so engineering or construction. Different situations, a wide variety of work. So with the JBCC, it's a building contract. If you take it and you try to use it on a road, you're going to have problems. Okay, so it is a building contract, whereas with the NEC, you can use it for a lot of projects. You can use it for shaft sinking, you can use it for buildings, you can use it for roadworks, you can use it for open cast mines, you can use it for building substations. You can use it for a whole lot of things. So that's the flexibility they're talking about. The whole idea with it is to make it clear and simple. So it uses simple English. And then the language structure, they try to steer clear of legal terms as far as possible. So you can go through the NEC document, you're not going to find force majeure or vis major, like those Latin terms that are used in law. They try and not do that. They avoid linking clauses, where you are cross-referencing clauses. The NEC does not do that. So the whole idea is simplicity, flexibility, and good management. That's the idea. If you remember with the JBCC, we had terms that were in bold, and we said they have definitions in the contract. So if it's written in bold, you can check what its definition is in the contract itself. With the NEC, the terms that are identified or defined in the contract data, they're in italics. So if you look at the contract and a word is in italic, just know it's identified in the contract data. So if you go through the contract data, you will see what that word is supposed to mean for that particular contract. The ones that are defined would have capital initials. So contractor, whenever it's a defined term, who is the contractor, works information, defect or equipment, plant and material, key date, subcontractor. Okay, a lot of corrections need to be done here. Project manager, adjudicator, conditions of contract, law of the contract, method of measurement. So these are the things that would have a definition. So with regards to the NEC3, these are the 6 main books, right? So you have the engineering and construction contract. You have the professional services contract. Remember, the other ones are derivatives of this. So you have engineering and construction contract, then you have the short contract of the black book, and then the short subcontract from here. This is why you have those 39 documents. And then you have the professional services contract, and then you would have professional services subcontract, term service contract, supply contract, framework contract, adjudicators contract. So supply contract would be what you use with suppliers. Okay. So when we look at, now I use acronyms, the government employee in me comes out, ECC, engineering and construction contract, which is the black book. There, a contractor is appointed for engineering and construction work, and this could include any level of design responsibility. It could be some level or minimum level of design responsibility. It will be defined in the contract data. Then you have engineering and construction subcontract, which is appointment of a subcontractor for engineering and construction where the contractor has been appointed. So one thing, we'll discover this as we go. NEC, with the NEC, subcontractors are treated as part of the contractor's people. So there's no nominated subcontractor here. If it's a subcontractor, it's the contractor's problem, even though the contract does state the terms for the engagement, but this becomes strictly the contractor's responsibility. And then ECSC, that's the short contract. This is for use with contracts that do not require sophisticated management techniques. So contracts that comprise of straightforward work, and they only impose low risk on both client and contractor. So you would not need like your heavy guarantees and all of that. And then you have the short contract, subcontract. So it's used also with those straightforward contracts that do not require sophisticated management techniques. And then you have the professional services contract, and then the professional services subcontract. I've already explained this. Term service contract, I explained. Term service subcontract. So again, this is in the NEC4 where they have the term service subcontract. Also, they introduced the term service short contract. So you find that it's for simple, straightforward work and it doesn't need all the other fancy clauses that are available in the term service contract itself. Supply contract. So for local and international procurement of high value goods and related services, including design. And then there's also supplies that subcontract service. So short, not subcontract, short contract. So if it's not anything sophisticated, where you're just, it's a batch order and it doesn't require any sophisticated management techniques, it's not complicated, and it imposes a low risk on both client and supplier. So in this instance, the client would be the contractor who is ordering, unless the employer decides to use it and give the material to the contractor as free issue. Then you have your framework contract, you have adjudicator's contract. Kind of covered what this is. What I had not spoken about is the alliance contract. And part of the reason is because I don't think we have a project in South Africa where we've run it on the alliance contract. Yes, it is fairly new, as in 4 years new, if not 5. I can't remember when the NEC was issued, but it's sort of a design, build, and operate on steroids where even the financiers are involved. So there's like an alliance between all the stakeholders in this contract working together. So the terms would be defined under the alliance contract. So I can't really give you a practical example of that, such a project, because like I say, I don't think we've had anything like it in South Africa. Maybe it has happened in recent times. I don't know. So these are the contracts, and this diagram sort of captures what I've been trying to explain, and I do hope it's clear. So you have the supply contracts, which is your supply and supply short contract. They're there. And then you have in the middle, professional services contract. And then you have professional services short contract. So the C is missing here. So if you look between the two thick black lines, there's high and then low. So project complexity. If you look at the top high, so professional services contract, this is for a complex project. Your engineering and construction contract and engineering and construction subcontract, they are also for projects that are of high complexity. Term service contract, high complexity, okay? And then the lower complexity projects, you would use the short contracts, okay? Then you look at the framework contract and the adjudicator. So we've just looked at the middle in terms of high and low. If you look at, there's the dotted lines, there's the first one, which is the business case, design, construction, and operation. These are like your project stages. So your business case is your initiation, where you're trying to justify the contract, and your rainmaking, where you gather or try to secure financing for it. And once you're sure you can proceed, then you do your design. And then once the design stage is done, you construct. And once you're done constructing, you operate. So what these 4 columns, you can see with regards to your business case, you do need your professional services contract. You sort of establish it there. there is a possibility that you could start looking at supply contract at business case stage, but highly unlikely. There is also the possibility of a framework contract there, but generally it comes more in there with your design. And you can start engaging on the engineering and construction contract during the design at this point here. Construction, definitely. One of these will be there, so the short or the normal contract. And then you hardly ever need a term service contract during construction. However, when the facility is in operation, you will definitely need that. So even the framework contract, it can run across all the four. However, you're more likely to need it in the last two. Adjudicator's contract, at any given point, the minute there's a contract, there is a possibility that the parties will have a dispute and adjudicator will be required. So, Tagazelo, your hand is up.
Thank you, ma'am. I just have a question, ma'am. Since there's these 4 stages in this contract in the NEC, the stakeholders being the primary stakeholders being your professional team, or will they all be engaged from the business case from the first stage of the project? That would be my question. Thank you.
Not always, and not all of them. So sometimes you find that at the very beginning, they engage an architect, or one of the designers, maybe an engineer, and then they engage a quantity surveyor because they're still trying to establish what can we do and how much is it going to cost, so that when they approach the financiers or the financiers, they have sort of a story to thread together. So at that business case stage, you may not have all of them, but it's highly likely that you use the contract as early as the business case stage. Does that make sense?
Understood, ma'am. Thank you.
Thanks. So at no point will I give you this diagram to label. It's just to try and make you understand what I'm trying to say or what I'm saying, okay? If you are somebody who works with diagrams and your mind works better that way, this is to help you. So again, my questions would be more application. Nonhlanhla?
Oh, thank you. Evening, Doctor. I just wanted to ask, since you are saying that this contract in NEC is mostly facilitated or implemented by project managers instead of PAs, are we saying now the client first goes into contract with the project manager if maybe, for instance, the client needs to now start with the PSC or PSS, right? So now they would have to engage the PM to facilitate the contract between the professional service providers and the client, or can the client implement or facilitate that contract on their own? I'm not sure if you understand where I'm trying to.
So with the relationship between the client and the professionals, doesn't necessarily have to be facilitated by the project manager. So the client, the employer can engage independently with the architect, engage independently with the project manager, engage independently with the quantity surveyor, engage and you will see all of them are just called supervisor. So you have the project manager and you have the supervisor. So all the other agents would be supervisors. Okay. However, when the project is running, whatever work they do, they would have to give to the project manager, and the project manager sort of is the link between them and the client. But in terms of when the employer engages with them on the professional services contract, he can do so independently. The project manager doesn't have to be part of the engagement, so he doesn't even have to know how much they're getting paid. does that answer your question? Did I understand your question?
Yes, doctor. Thank you.
Well, I don't know. Now that you call me doctor, doctor is Dr. Matsani. Zanele, I know, but Dr. Matsani, and she does project management. Not she's not a quantity surveyor, she's a project manager. I think some of you have been sending her emails asking about your law marks. I am Zanele Mabatwane and I'm not doctor. So yeah. Because she's forwarded me a few emails because I think you type in Zanele and then it picks Matsani before Mabatwan and then you send the email. Please type the surname first so that you send your emails to the right Zanele. And thanks Nontlantla for reminding me because she was complaining about it last week Thursday. Okay, so these are your NEC typical appointments. So you would have the client, which is your employer, appointing a consultant or a contractor, that way, which is a single appointment. Then you would have a client appointing supplier. Sometimes they get this single appointment for construction works where they appoint the contractor and then the contractor will appoint all the other people, right? So whether it's a temp service or a temp service short contract. Then you have your client appointing a contractor and then appointing consultants. So remember what I said about this. So you would have your client appointing the project manager and then the other supervisors, the other agents, and then they appoint a contractor. Or the client appoints project manager, they appoint supervisors, and then they also appoint, so this is the client again, there's a supplier by the client, and then they appoint a contractor, and then they also appoint another consultant designer. So you can see these people are appointed by the PSC, all of them. And then this is the sub-consultant of this consultant here. So maybe this is your architect plus the heritage architect, okay? Then you have the contractor, and the contractor would have his subcontractors and then his suppliers. And then the subcontractors as well would have their suppliers. So think about it. Your plumbing subcontractor would have those plumbing materials, whereas your contractor would have like your brickwork, cement, and all of that. And then this guy does, subcontractors usually do specialist work. So they would have their own suppliers. And then you have, maybe there's some things that the client specifically wants. So I remember when we did the Facebook office, Facebook wanted acoustic curtains. So they wanted in one of their halls, or well, not a boardroom. Why would I say hall? In one of their boardrooms, they wanted these curtains where if the curtains are closed, the sound will stay inside the building and will not go out. So they were very sensitive to information moving from one room to the next. So even their offices, if they had cellular offices, they were sort of sealed. You put insulation to try and limit sound escaping. So because those acoustic curtains were not available anyway, they had, it was a specialist item. They had a particular supplier that they preferred. So every office that they have the world over, so they would have an office in the US, an office in Europe, and an office in, let's say, in Asia, and then somewhere down under. They used the same supplier, so they had like an agreement with this particular supplier. So it would be that sort of thing where a client is very specific about a particular material, so they will take this and tell the contractor to order from that supplier. Then you have contract where you have the project manager and then the other supervisors, the consultant supervisors, and then you have the contractor, and then the contractor, in this instance, the contractor has suppliers, they have subcontractors, and then they may have a consultant designer because there is some work that the contractor needs to design, and then once it's designed, it would be presented to this one to approve, and then the contractor can proceed with the work. So these are the different ways where with an NEC contract, you can sort of contract. If you think about the JBCC, at no point is the contractor responsible for design, unless if he's designing temporary works, so you're temporary hoarding around the site. Whereas with NEC, you can see you can mix and match. Okay, so this is a management contracting as well, where you appoint a contractor. So the client would have a project manager and a consultant supervisor appointed, and they would advise. Then the client would appoint a contractor and then appoint a consultant designer as well, which is part of that team there. Then you have the contractor managing all these subcontractors. So that management contracting happens with your big projects, where you would appoint like a big contracting company like your Avengers, a management contractor, and then they appoint smaller contractors, smaller by the size of Avenge, or I don't know, I'm an old person. I'm still thinking Group 5 and Marion Roberts, and those are not here anymore. So I don't know what has replaced them. Basil Reed is also not here. So guys, I don't know what contractors are there. So they would be managing those other contractors. They're still big contractors, but not as big as the management contractor. And then the management contractor would just present everything to the client, and then they are running, like this would be like projects managed under this mega project. Okay. So an example of that would be that the new multi-product pipeline, the Transnet one, they constructed a pipeline from Bayhead in Durban to Heidelberg, and then from Heidelberg there's it tapers down. There's a smaller pipeline that comes to Alberton. But basically what it is, they wanted to pump fuel instead of transporting it in trucks from Durban. They wanted to pump it from Durban to Heidelberg, and then they store it in tanks so that you only have to fetch it from Heidelberg or from Alberton, because then there's a connection from Heidelberg to Alberton and it was a mega project. So the construction of that pipeline required massive contract. So it was a mega project with lots and lots of billions spent on it. So you had those tanks themselves were so big, because then you have different types of fuel. So you have your diesel, you have 93 and 95 unleaded, and then you have fuel jet, and each would be pumped in its own time. So they pump, let's say they pump 93, then they pump 95, and then they pump diesel, and then, and then it would be stored in Heidelberg, and then it's easier for the people in Gauteng to access it, as opposed to it having to be on the N3 to get here type of thing. Another one would be like construction management contracting. Tagazelo, your hand is up.
Thank you again, ma'am. Ma'am, I just wanted to find out, with this type of contract, would the appointment of the project managers and the consultant supervisors be often open tender type of thing, or do you select or invite? What would be the tendering procedure when regards to appointment of these different appointments? Thank you.
So it could be either, but if you think about the landscape in South Africa, how many companies can operate at that level? So for instance, let's say if you're looking for a company to project manage something as big as Midupi, how many companies qualify to run that? You find that the pool becomes smaller. So sometimes it's by negotiation, or selected. So it's not cast in stone to say for this type, this is what you would use. But I'm trying to think with the NMPP, you had, I think it was Hatch and Fleur that had, or at least were in that league to compete at that level. And then you had if you think about the 2010, I don't know where you guys were in 2010, but the 2010 stadiums, there were about 5 contractors who were big enough to to tender for those. So the size of the contract sort of limits who can be approached for it. And that usually determines what approach you use. I mean, if there's, so let's say there's only one supplier of electricity and you're going to need electricity, it's going to be a negotiation because then you have to go to ESCOM, right? If there's only 5 people who offer that sort of service, it almost feels like it's selected tender process. Because I mean, if you make it open, even I will apply, even though I don't qualify for it. I don't know if you've heard people who say, well, I throw my CV everywhere. ESCOM is looking for a CEO, I'll just apply, I'll see to it. They will see to finish what they do. So with tendering as well, they do have that pre-qualification type of method so that they limit the people that they're engaging with. But it's not cast in stone, so the employer would make a decision based on what's best for them. Okay, I hope that answers you. Then you have construction management contracting. Okay, Tagazalo, you wanted to say something?
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thanks. So here, again, it's also that complicated where you have the project manager, consultant, supervisor, construction manager, and then the designer. And then the client is now having more than one contractor. And then there's 3 contractors. And so these people would have to sort of construction manage these contractors. So it's a lot of contractors. So this again happens in mega projects. So if you are with both Transnet or ESCOM, you would look at management contracting or that construction management contracting, okay, where you are managing just the people who are constructing. So again, the NEC is sort of designed for these type of scenarios. If you were to try and take JBCC and use it here, you're going to have problems. Okay, so it's not designed for that. And then we will look at the core clauses. I'm going to stop here. We'll look at the core clauses in the black book the next time we meet. And then we will look at the contract main options. And when we say main options, we mean in terms of how work is measured and how service providers are paid. So NEC has A to F options, A, B, C, D, E, F in terms of how you pay. And then the dispute resolution options that are available. And then we will look at secondary options, which is, so you have your main options, which are your core clauses. And then after your core clauses, you have your X clauses. And then you have your Z clauses, which are imposed by the client themselves. So with the X clauses, there's like a whole list, and then you choose the ones that apply for that particular contract. And then the Z clauses is what the employer adds. So we'll look at the core clauses, and then I think I'll cover the main options first. Then we look at the core clauses next week, probably because I don't want to cause confusion, or I don't want to give you information overload today. So with your core clauses, they stay the same throughout. So it doesn't matter what option of the NEC you choose, whether you choose option A or option B, C, D, E, F, the core clauses stay the same, which is what is in the black book, what we're going to focus on. And then your main options, you choose which option you want. Do you want option A, option B? So option A, you'll see it's in terms of how work is measured and therefore paid. So the main options determine your payment mechanism to the contractor. And then your dispute resolution clauses, you have W1 and W2. So W1 is the one we'll look at. W2 is only applicable in the UK because it refers to the Housing Grants Construction and Regeneration Act of 1996. So that act is a UK act. It doesn't apply anywhere else. Then the X clauses is your secondary options. We'll go through that, and then we'll speak about Z clauses that you can impose. So for instance, you don't like or you want to amend one of the clauses, or you want to add something, so you would do it in the Z clauses. I am going to stop here, so we're going to have a short class today, like 55 minutes, because we started at 5 past. Please go look at the JBCC, bring questions to me next week. I will give you a bit of a clearer scope next week, and then we'll cover the main options of the core clauses next week of the NEC. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Have a
Thank you,
great week.
goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. All right.